pledge.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Public comments. Kylie, do we have any comments?
We do not.
Okay. Okay, we'll go over what we're going to be doing in closed session. Conference on litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9. Current litigation, we have 8 cases. CIVDS 1907172, CIVDS 2011183, CIVDS 2022956, CIVDS 2023366, CIVSB 211113003, CIVSB 2208019, CIVSB 2220303, CIVSB 2218676, Government Code Section 54954.5 and 54956.9. Anticipated litigation, 1 case, 2020-21, Government Code Section 54954.5. Anticipated litigation, 1 case, Dr. V. Elizabeth M. Public employees, discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, transfer, leave, title certificated and classified employees. Number 3, public employees, appointed, resignation, retire, reduction, title certificated and classified. Number 4, conference with labor negotiators, will be handled with appointment, resignations, retirement, reduction, title, certificated and classified, labor negotiator, agency negotiator, Dustin Conrad, Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. Conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator, Dustin Conrad, employee organization, CSEA. Number 6, conference with labor negotiator, agency, Trinae Nelson, employee, unrepresented. Number 7, conference with real property negotiator, Government Code 54956.8, negotiated parties, Schulenburg, Apple Valley Unified School District. Number 8, superintendent evaluation. And at this point, I'll ask for a motion to go into closed session.
I move.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We'll be back in a long time. All right, we'll bring the meeting to order. First, we'll have a student representative, High Desert Premier Academy. Angelique, $1 million smile.
Angelique.
Good evening, President Bender, board members, and cabinet. I can't believe this is the last month of school. Coming up on the big day, I've been feeling a lot of different ways. Happy, excited, anxious, and maybe a little sad, but not that much, I guess. But mostly, I'm so proud of myself and all of the other graduates that are coming up this year. This month, we will celebrate Mr. Smith for Principal Day, our lunch staff for Lunch Hero Day, and all the teachers and our nurse, Ms. Vaca, during Teacher and Nurse Appreciation Week. I looked up a Student Appreciation Day, and it just so happens to be on June 2nd, which is ironic. Last month, High Desert Premier Academy hosted the first ever portfolio presentations for the State Seal of Civic Engagement. Thank you for Mr. Holgrefe and everyone else who came out to participate as a judge and support our students. We also wanted to thank Apple Valley High School and Granite High School for letting our students attend to your proms. The students who attended spoke highly of the dance and really enjoyed the experience that you guys provided. This month is an exciting month for me and all of the other graduating seniors. This year will be the first year for High Desert Premier Academy to attend Grad Bash at Universal Studios. And I am so thrilled students at High Desert finally get to have something memorable for graduation. I know high school was filled with roller coasters, a lot of ups and downs, but we did it, y'all. We out here. We out here this summer. I wish you all nothing but success and excellence. Thank you all for your time and support, and I hope to see you guys again. Good night and see you soon.
Thank you.
Granite Hills High School, Ashley Guzman.
Good evening, Superintendent Nelson, board members, and all of you attendees. Thank you so much for taking your time out of your days to join us with the final check-in in this month. We're finally at the last home stretch. Just turning 18 this past weekend, it really hit me that I'm reaching the end. Prom is this weekend in San Clemente, where we can dance the night away as we bask in the ocean breeze and see the beautiful views of the Gray Matter Museum. I'm super excited to see some really great outfits as we did choose a theme Met Gala, so I'm really hoping people went all out. Then we have our senior sunset next weekend, where we were planning for it to be a beach theme so that we get a feel of what one of our last summers as teens will be like. The following weekend after that will be grad night, where we'll be taking a trip down to Six Flags Magic Mountain, where we will have free food all night, and we will even be getting a free season pass as a part of our trip. So I'm really excited for that as well. May is Mental Health Awareness Month. So Granite Hills High School has kicked off the first week of May with the Spirit Week and activities to bring awareness to mental health. SEL and mental health needs for Granite Hills High School students have increased 314% compared to before the pandemic, and 26% increase since last year. So the need to bring awareness to mental health and available resources is needed now more than ever. We're grateful for our counselors and therapists on our campus and all of our teachers and staff that support us on a daily basis and value our mental health. Next week, we will have a community mental health partners on campus for our mental health fair and additional activities throughout the week. We also have AP testing well underway with 193 of our Granite Hill students taking around 370 AP exams this week and next. Our version of the Every 15 Minutes program was successful, moving, and impactful. We're extremely thankful for all our community partners that made it happen, and a big thank you to Mrs. Nelson for being a part of our event and being there to support. Our National Signing Day event was today, where seniors can go to take pictures and celebrate as they go off onto bigger and better things. Senior awards are going to be hosted next Wednesday on May 10th, and I personally got 2 invitations to go, so I'm excited to see what type of award I receive. Although whatever it is, I'm extremely grateful and excited. As for athletics, all of our sports teams are doing well and even on to playoffs for softball. There was a lot more I wanted to share with you this meeting, but I will try to save it for the next. And I will say that I hope this month brings us lots of great things and more memories to hold on to and cherish for the rest of our lives. Thank you for your time today, and always remember, maroon and gray lead the way. Have a great night.
Apple Valley High, Cheyenne Valentine.
Good evening to the members of the board and attendees. My name is Cheyenne Valentine, and I'm the ASB line president at Apple Valley High School. Before we get started, I want to recognize the administration and the other people in the district that are retiring, and we appreciate your dedication to our community. This is the last time I'll be presenting all of the things that AVHS has accomplished this year. In a few weeks, I'll be presenting the new line president, Sophia Brandt. So on that note, let's get started. Last month, some of our programs like CAMP and ASB concluded their applications for next school year. Parts of these applications teach real-life skills to students that can be applied to their lives outside of school. For example, most of these programs require students to write an essay and attend an interview with other students and administrators on campus. Also, something new to not just Apple Valley High School students, but all the high schools across the districts was the State Civic Seal of Engagement. This allowed students to prove their knowledge of constitutional documents and how our government functions, as well as tie that into their everyday lives. Students had to get a proficient score on a test that proved their academic knowledge of the United States government. And if they passed, they had the opportunity to present how they apply these principles to not just their personal lives, but also the local, state, and national community. If they met all of these requirements, they got the seal. This is the first year that this was offered for this district, and I got it as well. And I'm so grateful for this opportunity. Thank you. And going into that, I was able to present on every 15 minutes, which Granite Hills also presented on. And both schools did such an amazing job on it. It focuses on the devastating effects that drinking while driving can have on not only personal safety, but also the safety of others that suffer the consequences of actions that are not their own. The Every 15 Minutes project has a goal to impact high school students, especially juniors and seniors, and show the impact of their choices on their families, friends, and community. This project has long-term effects on every participating community, and the video allows for others to still be included. We had an extremely successful turnout and plenty of involvement at each event, and hopefully we're able to leave a lasting impact on each student, staff member, and person in our community. Also, the video is on YouTube if you guys want to go watch it. The final major event that was held during the month of April was prom. This year it was at the House of Blues in Anaheim, and it was so much fun. Students had the chance to let loose, dance a little, get their fortune told, and do plenty of other activities, and most importantly, have fun with their friends. We had about 480 students in attendance. Coming up this month, we have a variety of activities going on, like AP testing, which started this week, and we wish all of our students best of luck. Now, to the parents of students who take these tests, we just ask that you take it easy on us and give us a big hug after school, because we need it. To reward all of our students' hard work, we're holding a Renaissance Field Day next Friday, and students who meet the requirements are able to attend. They'll be able to visit food trucks, plan some inflatables, and do multiple other activities with their friends. Many classes are also holding end-of-year field trips, and our pathways are holding their end-of-year banquets. Our Sun Devil football program also held the annual youth football camp, which got younger students in our community involved and excited to be involved. Now, on to exciting senior activities that we've been waiting for. And heads up, there's a lot. So on the 10th is senior awards. Senior sunset is on the 17th, senior dinner on the 21st, senior checkout on the 22nd and 23rd, grad night on the 25th, and finally graduation on the 24th. We're so excited to have these activities that we looked forward to for the last 4 years finally happening. And even though we all have major cases of senioritis, we're working hard for our last month here. Once again, AVHS is extremely grateful for your support, and I'm excited to see what next year brings to our community. Thank you for your time and constant interest in our community, and I will see you all in 2 weeks to welcome the next group of people that have the same opportunity that I did. And as always, remember that Sun Devil pride is contagious.
Report, Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association, Karen Sabers. It's not here. Comments from the superintendent, Trinae Nelson.
I always love to watch the students get up, Ashley, Angelique, and Cheyenne, to do their presentations, because what you see is real. Ashley stopping to pick up papers on her way to the podium.
That's priceless.
There's always a compliment from Cheyenne to whether it's other students or the audience for their retirement tonight. And Angelique, you always just make us laugh
Yeah.
because you bring it real. You bring it real. We're going to miss you. And we hope that you each will come back in 2 weeks for us to recognize you. I'll cry too, Ashley, so don't worry about it. It's all good. You've done an excellent job representing. So next week, 2 weeks from now, be here on Thursday night to watch these ladies pass the torch. It was mentioned, School Lunch Hero Day is tomorrow, May 5th. Teachers and classified staff will be recognized, Teachers the week of May 8th, classified staff the week of the 22nd, with our ice cream social sandwiched right in between. We will be scooping, come by, have ice cream staff. We want to at least serve our ice cream like we used to, and we're super excited about this year. Ms. Akpar and I just returned from DC for a coordinated joint event with the California School Boards Association and ACSA, the Association of California School Administrators. It was an advocacy trip that is done. This was the second annual trip. We were able to meet with Representative Olbernalty with the goal of the trip to represent California school districts and the need for federal funding and/or express concerns about proposed changes that will impact our students here in Apple Valley. Topics were broadband accessibility for students, cybersecurity, teacher shortages, and special education needs for funding, nutritional services changes. Many people are hearing about the current changes to the nutrition services, what we can serve, how we can serve it, SALT content. It's open currently on the federal website, and it's for public comment time. So if you're interested, please go in and look at this. The other things that they wanted us to advocate on behalf of were mental health support, alternative school accountability. This is a time for us to advocate for specifically Apple Valley by sharing our stories. So our district is different than others, and we like to share specifics about it, and we were able to do that. Although I shared the stats with the board, I wanted to publicly share how well our career technical education programs are doing, as evidenced by the 26 gold Skills USA winners at the state level. Most of these students will be moving on to nationals. There are a few that received gold in the area like Creed, and Creed's top winner is at the state level, so they will not be moving on to nationals, but the rest of the students will, and they'll be competing at the end of June in Atlanta, Georgia. So we're excited to start the school year off with some information about who our winners are at the national level. This was an LCAP goal that was developed on the very first LCAP in this district, and we are seeing the fruits of the labor behind it. We will be, while we were in DC, the district was well represented at the Mountain Desert Career Pathways Consortium Gala. Staff were honored, and 5 of the 9 Ora Grande Foundation scholarships were from Apple Valley, $4,000 apiece. And I don't say that to just say, you know, we got 5 of the 9, but when you think of all the districts that are represented by the Mountain Desert Career Pathways, for us to take 5 of those scholarships of 9 is pretty amazing. I was sad to miss the County Distinguished Service Awards because of DC, but I was able to see the presentation and appreciate Dustin recording Dr. Powell's acceptance so that I could feel like I was actually there. The county did send the official trailer. It, I believe, is on the county website of the award winners, and we were thrilled to have one of our nominees selected. I was able to attend the Multilingual Recognition Awards on Friday night, last Friday. Several of our parents were recognized for their volunteer time on our district advisory committee. Also at this event, they provide 3 scholarships. I've been attending this for years, since its inception and time here in this district. 3 scholarships. We have done really well in the scholarship area. 3 in 31 districts. Apple Valley took 2. When I got up to take the picture with the 2 award winners who received $2,700, one from Granite, one from Apple, The young lady who was the third recipient was from Colton Unified School District. And I told her I would welcome her into the picture because I was sure that when she became a biliterate attorney, we might use her services. She was very sweet and she said she would stand aside, but she would take me up on the offer in the future. This time of year is super busy. Many celebrations and activities with our students. Afternoons and evenings are filled with student events and performances, and I just want to leave with each one of the proud students that the staff and the parents that help them to accomplish their goals and refine their talents. This is the best time of year. It's a sad night for us as we see retirees go, but we also want to just recognize that next board meeting we'll be celebrating our students as well. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, board comments. Rick?
Sure. Thank you, Dennis. May 2nd. So that was just Tuesday. So that's the second Tuesday in the full week of May, which is National Teachers Appreciation Day. And that I wanted to say a few words. I downloaded something off the web here about this here. Teachers play a critical role in educating and shaping our children into the future leaders of the country. These kind, patient, hardworking, dedicated, and understanding professionals help mold our children and guide them in positive directions. We entrust our children with teachers during the school year, and they play a pivotal role in their lives daily. And I don't think that there's a person in this room that does not remember or have a teacher that impacted their life in a positive way. Teachers are right up there with parents. With me, I can remember back over 50 years ago, a couple of my teachers that played a very pivotal role in my life and helped mold me into the person I am today. So with that, I just want to thank all of the teachers at Apple Valley because they do go unappreciated. And it's more critical today in our society that we have role models for the children. And as teachers, you are a role model. And as the only non-teacher sitting up here as board members, because most of the board members have been teachers, I was not, but I appreciate the job that is done and the dedication and to society that teachers play. So I just want to thank the teachers. So thank you very much.
All right. Amanda? Thanks, Rick. That's good.
Yeah, that was very well said. Thank you. So April was a very busy month, and I feel like April was just warming up for May. I did have the pleasure of attending several events around the district. For me, one highlight was at Apple Valley High School for the Arts Festival. The artwork was just incredible that the kids had out on display, as well as drama and choir performances, just to kind of entertain the audience as well. And then I know I'm not supposed to have favorites, but my favorite this month, I have to say, was the International Children's Day celebration. I don't know if you guys got a chance to go check that out, but it was just phenomenal with all of the district and community volunteers that were there to support it. And then I had the privilege of pulling the winning tickets for Mr. Javier to read out, and the joy on the kids' faces when they would come running up with their ticket. It was just fantastic. So I do want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the district and community volunteers who work tirelessly to celebrate diversity and make all of this possible within the district. Your efforts are truly appreciated and demonstrate the power of community here in Apple Valley. And then finally, as the school year does come to a close, I want to congratulate all the retirees. You guys are like graduates in your own right, as well as the senior graduates, and any of the students at our other campuses that will be promoting up to a new school. So just congratulations, and definitely ditto to what Mr. Raleigh said.
Very good. Thank you. Gary?
As the school year is winding down, I just want to make a note about our athletic programs. And I want to congratulate all the students, the coaches, the parents, the volunteers for the tremendous success that all of our athletic programs have had this year. And as we all know, athletics teaches such important life skills that aren't just in that sport, but to overflow into all aspects of our life. Things like teamwork, self-sacrifice, discipline, perseverance, satisfaction of doing one's best. And as we look across the spectrum at all of our schools and all of our athletic programs, starting back in the fall with football and soccer, wrestling, tennis, basketball, baseball, volleyball, golf, swimming, track, all of the sports have enjoyed such tremendous success. And so I know all of the other board members join me in just congratulating the students, the coaches, the volunteers, the parents, especially carting the kids to the events and then picking them up, when it's dark and cold and windy. I mean, couldn't do it without the parents. So just wanted to make a special note of congratulations for all of our athletic programs. Had the honor of visiting one of our swim meets. It was actually the last meet of the year. Spent a minute with Coach Garcia, and he was sharing with me that they have an extremely successful year this year. He shared with me that if I remember the number right, 10 of their athletes had CIF qualifying times, which is the most we've ever had as far back as I can remember. So, I mean, and that's just a microcosm of everything that's going on throughout all the schools and so on. So tremendous success there. Also went to the 7th and 8th grade track meet at Mariana. And in contrast to today, it was actually hot last week. And yet here's all these, it was over 100 7th and 8th graders out there running, out by Tussing Ranch and the railroad tracks, doing their best out there when it was hot. And just giving it their all. And so again, it's just a microcosm, just a little snapshot of what goes on every day in our athletic program. So coaches, parents, students, we appreciate you and we congratulate you on the tremendous success that you've had this year. Also had a chance to visit the food pantry a little bit and just be excited about what goes on at our family center every single day, but especially on Fridays. Thank you to Aurora to showing me around and showing me a little bit of the ropes. And it is unbelievably impressive what the staff here does every single week to minister to so many households in the community. Not just necessarily student households, but just households in the community, making a tremendous effect. And it just shows how much the staff and the volunteers here in the Apple Valley District are really such an asset to the community and really representing us so well. So thank you to Marianne Torres and everybody involved in the food pantry. It was a tremendous learning experience for me. As Trinae mentioned about the Mountain Desert Career Pathways Awards, so many students were awarded there for the hard work that they do, for the skill that they have. And I was especially excited to see Stephanie Arredondo and Gretchen Pratt getting awards there for their outstanding effort. So thank you very much. And thank you for everyone who's involved in that. And then finally, a number of us were able to go to the SHOCK graduation held just a couple of weeks ago. In case you don't know what that means, SHOCK stands for self-discipline, honor, obedience, character, and knowledge. And 15 students went through that very rigorous program in cooperation, not just with the district, but with representatives from the Sheriff's Department, from the United States military. And these were students that had a difficult time in the classroom environment, but yet they with the cooperation of the district and of these other entities, were able to complete this very rigorous and demanding program and really build some really positive life skills. So just a fantastic program, very impressed with it. So thank you very much to everyone here in the district who's involved in that. So that's all.
Very good. Maria?
Well, I'm going to start by congratulating all the teachers who are my colleagues. I see you all as my colleagues. Frank, I see you back there. And I would say we all grew up together as teachers. And I must say that you assume that role that is written in Latin, loco parentis. You arrived here and you take the kids and you have no questions asked, and you mold them to become that student that returns to you after the fact. After many of you who are elementary teachers, you never see the result of your work until they go to high school or middle school, and they are writing about the best teacher that has touched them. And they do that in high school. When I was teacher, I had my students write. My daughter, who was a student here, wrote about her kindergarten teacher when she was in college. And so I have to say that I am exceedingly proud to call myself a fellow teacher. And I congratulate you in this month of May. And also, the first teachers that those children have are their parents. I thank you as well, because you have done a marvelous job to send us your pride and joy, and we do our best with it. Yes, I did go to the shock program. Yes, I did follow the superintendent to Washington, D.C. And yes, she thought I was going to get arrested. But I managed. But I managed to behave myself, because I know that I am still representing a school district. I'm not there for myself. I was able to go to Mariana Academy to participate in their Finish Strong activity. I thought it was interesting because I didn't think the principal would notice that I was there. I just wanted to be part of it, to actually absorb what the students were going through, and I thought it was a fabulous experience. I also went to the high school musical at Granite Hills High School, and I also snuck in, and it was during the recess, or whatever they call it, intermission, that they realized that I was there. I always like to go to these things just to absorb the experience, to see the experience of those students, and really watch how, especially in finals week, the students were still memorizing their lines. I was beyond impressed. I went to Sitting Academy, and we saw Shrek. And I thought it was interesting. Of all days, the electricity had an issue. But I don't know how to fix electricity, but the superintendent was there, so she found a way to make it happen. And then, of course, I went to Phoenix Academy, and we went to all of the classrooms, some of the classrooms, and such fabulous things that the teachers were doing. But to complete the thing, I just want to talk about the kitchen, the food pantry. Because we talk about this food pantry, and we don't really give it enough skin over it. I was looking at the data that we just received. In March, as of March 31st, this food pantry has served 655 families. And it's not families from Apple Valley, it's families from the high desert. In April, as of April 7th, they served 654. And as of April 14th, they served 614. So within this period, they have served over 6,000 families. And we don't talk about it enough. And I just want whoever is out there that has a need for food, or has a need for baby products, or has a need for clothing, to consider Apple Valley School District, because we are doing great things, and sometimes we don't talk about it. I thank you so much, Mrs. Torres, for what you do and your team to make this happen in our community. That's me.
Thank you. I also attended the shop graduation. This is a great program. Kids that are very disruptive to their family. The parents have to buy into it. They're trained by boot camp with Marines and the local sheriff department, our own police department. And when they graduate, some of them actually cry. It's the first time they've ever really achieved something. It's a great program. And also attended every 15 minutes about drunk driving at Apple Valley High School. Well done. I hope it was meaningful. But today being the day of the teacher, I'd like to say, I look back, I laugh. I taught in 5 different decades. I started in '66 and ended in 2008. Damn, the stuff I got away with, those days, that doesn't happen anymore. The pranks you could play and all this kind of stuff, it was a lot of fun. But we still have great kids in this valley. I have 4 that graduate here, and there's a lot more. This district's turned out some wonderful kids. Thank you. Well, this time, I'll keep the students for a little bit longer. Students, if you want to go home, you can go home. Yeah, but you can stay if you want, but Hit the books for that AP. All right, the clerk will read out any action taken in closed session.
In closed session, the Board of Trustees took action in support of the following recommendation from the superintendent. B1, Conference on Litigation, Government Code Section 54954.5, subsection D, DeVay Elizabeth M. versus Apple Valley Unified School District. On a motion by Buchanan, seconded by Rowley, the board voted unanimously to deny the claim of Elizabeth M. DeVay on a vote of 5-0.
Okay, adoption of the agenda. We may approve the agenda as is or pull it. Is there a motion to approve it?
I'll
So
move the
moved.
item.
All right, motion to second.
I'll second the item.
All right, second by Rick Raleigh. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, now I'm going to turn it over to Dustin Conrad. We're going to have the employee recognition retirement. And all of us are going to go out front. No, that's all right. I'm going to
Yes, they already know. We can have the board and cabinet to the front dais for recognition. That would be great. All right, thank you. I know most of you already know, but we're obviously here tonight to celebrate retirees. This year, as of today, we have 23 of our professionals that have decided to either run off because they finally hit that magic marker, or in some cases are being pulled out by loved ones to say, time to tap out and move on to the next chapter. But Apple Valley Unified School District cannot be, the Apple Valley community cannot be who we are without the people that we're going to honor here tonight. And about half of them have already either committed to doing things outside our area, but we have a beautiful slideshow that we're going to go through and highlight some individuals. We have gifts for them, and the trophy inside of there is very special. I feel, we just finished longevity, where when people hit these markers like 25 years and 30 years and 35 years, they get these nice apples, either made out of granite or crystal or whatever it might be. But the apple we award tonight is actually one produced through our programs with our own students. And, Casey Penfold, Josh Reese working in the programs to cut out these. I want to show one. Can I show one, Kylie? I'll mess up the tissue paper, but it's an apple that if you've traveled across the Yucca Bridge, you may not realize they're there. But these are plasma cut out of our own CTE, equipment, powder coated. The bases are made in our wood shop. And it's something to really hold true value and represent what Apple Valley really is and all these things these adults have worked for. But I'm going to go ahead and get started. Some may not be here. Some are going to be here. Some were very, very shy, didn't submit any information to us or any funny pictures. It's a little awkward. We're in a larger room because of tonight. So a lot of what I'm going to be pointing at is going to be behind you. It's better to look back there than to watch me. So I'm just going to encourage that. But I'm going to start out with Miss Cheryl Culberson. Is she here? Am I 0 for 1? Where is she? Come on up. Yeah, we're going to single you out. We asked them all to give us information, and I went through and just kind of highlighted some things that really kind of piqued my curiosity, like having a wading pool full of goldfish in your classroom. I know there's a story there. Probably don't want to disclose it till after the retirement date actually hits, but it's those sorts of moments that bring, I think, special times to our students. So congratulations and well done. Thank you. And we'll make your way across here. Shake hands. Like Minnie, she looks forward to the lack of alarm clock in her near future. 38 years, Desert Knolls. Congratulations. Which means somebody's moving up the seniority list, but we won't say who that's. Congratulations, Cheryl. Michelle Cambridge. No, Michelle's not here tonight. I know Michelle's not here tonight. It'll be obvious, I think, when I click to the next slide. But before I do, I know risk management is not here tonight, but any other teachers out there or anybody out there thinking they want to try to make scrambled eggs and coffee makers, it's highly advised against doing, according to Michelle. Again, more joy in the classroom that I don't have the true story to, but I'm kind of curious as to how that might, I wonder if it might be a TikTok thing or I don't know where it happened, but somehow, some way. You'll see here, she's not here now because she's done in Hawaii. And so now she's in Texas, just kind of living up the retired lifestyle. But Michelle Cambridge, congratulations. I had the joy of working with you for many years, so we miss you. Lori Katera, you're up. Laura. Congratulations. Lori has been quite a, one of the unique things. I'm gonna be selfish for a minute. Like I admit, I loved working at Apple High School. I kind of regretted leaving all those people coming behind, but my eyes were open to people I never had a chance to work with. You were one of them. And I'm like, wow, there's a whole world of wonderful people out there. They're not just on my campus. And I've enjoyed working with you. I know we will never be the same. I know my wife has stories about you, everything else. So we've enjoyed you, and congratulations on what is yours saying? Hold on, I gotta get this. 36 years of working with us. So congratulations. Thank you. The one thing I want to point out in her bio is on this page, 36 years education, and you look at her long-term plans for retirement, read that opening line. I am currently working on my master's as I wish to work through the university with student teachers. So even, at the end of a career, going back to school, keeping her foot in the game and hopefully developing many young teachers for years to come. So congratulations, Lori. We're so appreciative of all you've done. Miss Suzanne Tackett, I see you out there, no hiding. Long time no see. Another lovely individual I had the joy of working with. Thank you, Kylie. I got to watch Suzanne daily. I think working as special needs paraeducator, giving services and needs to some of our most needy students. A lot of times, most of the time, without the thank you, without the appreciation, but we know the families love you. I watched you every day, hands-on, carrying, helping, lifting, and smiling and crying. So congratulations and thank you for all your service. You'll be the handover. All right, thank you. Next one up, I don't know if I'll pronounce this right. Frank Police, come on up. 33 years. Going off of what Maria said earlier about her behavior in DC, I want to appreciate Frank. I want to appreciate his funny or poignant memory there. He's with the experience comes wisdom. Probably not the right place for the majority of these, and way too many to remember. So thank you for keeping those under wrap, Coach. We know this has been a time coming for you. I know Lisa, the girls, they're thankful to get you in their life. But I got to share a couple funny things. I know Jordan reached out. We need some images, Coach. We need a picture to put in the slideshow. What are we going to get? And his response, man, just Google my name. Google my name. You'll get a picture. Get the one with me on the sidelines. I'm pretty sure we found the right one. But if I challenge everybody watching, listening to Google Frank Police, you might get some, Google search history, some props out there, being an influencer for years to come. But, and honestly, Frank is not one of the ones that was excited to hang it up. I know the community of Apple Valley will never be the same, but we get to use him in the role of we're gonna call on you, and you better pick up the phone, and we look forward to that. So congratulations, Coach. I guess I should leave that. Next person up, Lorena Mesa. I don't know if she is here tonight. Did I go? Lorena, I would put her in the camp with Lori, one that I have the privilege to work with that I probably wouldn't have had had I stayed on the campus, but just a smiling face. I mean, her presence on our property here with the rest of her team doing the little projects, and it's just, she's been such a joy. I can see why she's been so successful. Earlier, there was a comment made about when a teacher knows they've made an impact, and for her, the thing that stands out to me is recognizing that a second grade student of hers, you know you made an impact when that's who you get the invite from for graduation. You know, we know at the high school that those invites are a precious commodity. There's a whole black market selling extra tickets and everything else. So to make the cut and get an invite means you've made an impact, and I just want to commend Lorena in her absence for that. And again, you know, we have a risk management department, so that whatever this hot air balloon ride and stuff like that, those days have passed. Those are back in the Bender years. Lynn Kern, one of our students or specialists in the special education department. Honestly, what I learned today, she's not going to be here tonight because she's already playing grandma. She took some days off to go play, get to honor that role in her life. But I know, you know, our special education department has a really tough void in backfilling her, and 28 years as student service specialist. So if you see her on property for the rest of the year, give her a congratulations, and congratulations, Lynn. Next up, Blake Robbins. Blake, you know, when you get to know people, obviously you work with them. First of all, I'm thinking back to my time working with Blake when we worked together at Apple Valley High School. I'm not sure he ever missed a day of work. Have you ever called and said, did Jill ever let you? No, he knew it was more work to stay home, I think is how that works. So Blake, as demonstrated in his bio, a man of few words, but quite a trooper. You know, you ask that guy to do something, he's full in. He's took advantage of him. He and Frank skip troweled my ceiling in my house. Like there's work to be done. These two gentlemen, you know, will step up and get it done. I remember being a principal and looking for that moment when I knew my team came together. And I remember the night it happened. I remember it was, you know, birthed of a negative moment. I get a call, athletic director, probably 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, that basketball game, away game, we got to fight. We got, you know, crowds going crazy, and there I am, you know, darn it, gotta go, you know, and telling my wife, get out of the car, I gotta go. She called an Uber from wherever we were, I don't know, and found her way home. I'm kidding, we were home. But I got there. I get to the basketball game, ready to, you know, figure out what I gotta do. I'm looking for their principal, their AD, and who do I see? Blake and Frank, already on property, already showing up at the event, already handling business, already in the face of parents who don't want to pick up their kids and just handling business. And that was the moment I stepped back and I knew, man, I got a team. We got a team. This school is in great hands. And just want to acknowledge that moment since both of you were sitting there. It was key in my experience. Next up, Willis Whitlock. Is Mr. Whitlock out here? He is not here. This is the moment that Leslie's been waiting for. He's number one on our teacher seniority list, 38 years dedicated to our students. I apologize. I figure you already throw stuff at me. I might as well deserve it. But Mr. Whitlock, HDPA, serving the students there. I know he's a Dodger fan. I'm not sure if that's a game on tonight or not, but he may be there, maybe enjoying that. But Mr. Whitlock, you know, 38 years dedicated to our system. Congratulations. We appreciate all you've done. So. All right. I know some more of these folks are out here, but some may not be. These are people that just didn't give us much. Like we're asking, send us pictures, give us info. And so because they didn't, we get to make stuff up. And so I look forward to doing that. First one up, I have Gigi Barrett. I don't know if she came or not. I'm getting the head shake. No, her principal's out there telling me no. Special needs para out at Sycamore Rocks. 19 years again of working hand in hand with those students, and just, you know, it's a thankless job at times. I truly, truly appreciate the work that all those special needs paraeducators do, and she's a model as well. Wendy Bastianin. I struggle with your last name, Wendy. Are you out there? And I don't see you. I knew you as a different person back in the day. 18 years, teacher at Vanguard. We got to work together back prior to our time in AVUSD. So she's near and dear. Almost got to be almost remotely related to her when my sister and her son were kind of having a thing. But we'll let that stay in the rearview mirror. But Wendy, if you're watching this on YouTube, I still love you. So. Sue Dahlke. Sue Dahlke is not with us tonight. Sue Dahlke deserves all the praise in the world, not so much for her time as paraeducator, but for her time in sharing office space with Dennis Killian. Those of you that know Dennis, she was in there. I mean, if you ever want the model of patience, understanding, wisdom, she probably kept that man employed based on what I know about him. But great lady, worked with many of students in many of our programs, and I know we miss you. Sharon Ellis. Sharon Ellis, preschool teacher. She actually left us really early in the year. We couldn't get in contact with her. I know I think last worked Yucalomo. She was in the transition over to, I believe, Sandia, but may have showed up for a day, not a day, or just in about August of this year said, it's time. And so congratulations, a preschool commitment, gets to play with the littles, and we did a great job for many, many years. Mariana Godina, another shy one, 21 years, paraeducator, worked hand in hand with a lot of our teachers doing a lot of the behind the scenes work at times, the testing, the IEP work, things like that. And I know, we took advantage of even just her skills to be bilingual at times, and just was always our go-to and supported a very needy system in the best of ways. So Mariana Godina, we appreciate you as well. Nancy, yeah, let's clap. It'll let me breathe a little bit. Nancy Mayhew, are you here? Nancy, I circled saying you were going to be here. 18 years kitchen coordinator, one of those behind the scene folks that keeps our kids fed every day, multiple times a day. 18 years working with that department, and we know our kids would not be fed, would not be learning had it not been for people like you serving our kids. So thank you. Rick Luby, I know my son got to enjoy as a teacher, ceramics arts over at Granite Hills. In my experience working at Granite Hills, I remember him probably losing some hair over the WASC years and writing that document for us. He took a very extensive role in that. And again, another person that just poured into our kids daily, and the art program will not be the same at Granite Hills High School without him. So, thank you, Mr. Luby. Sharon Taylor, I think I saw you. You're here. No more hiding. Good. Oh, the attention comes out to me. Hello, Sharon. Thank you for rescuing me and putting a face. Teacher, Rancho Verde. Rancho Verde Elementary, 21 years is what I have on this document. I know yesterday we were talking. Did we do the math yet? It is one more. It's really 20. It's 21. Put 22 or 20. All right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, apparently a Days of Our Lives fan, which I'm embarrassed to admit. Yes, I know who Bo and Hope are, and Marlene and all. Yeah. And my wife freaked out when the other day she yelled, Bo is 67 years old or whatever he is. I'm like, oh, whatever. I don't know. But John Black now has gray hair. I know that. Yeah, so that's, congratulations. Thank you. Well done. Next up, I don't know how she could have been shy and not shared information based on the family she's out of, and I apologize, but Debbie McCall, 25 years. For Granite Hills High School, special education. Congratulations. brings quite a legacy. And I think Granite Hills is hurting more based on this retirement than in the previous McCall who retired. So we know the impact you made. I could see in his face already, like, what am I going to do when she's home all day, every day? His life's about to change, but thank you for everything. We so appreciate you, and keep in touch. Chuck's supposed to be feeding chickens and doing stuff like that, right? Hey, who knew? Who knew what eggs would become when you retired, right? That's you're making bank now. All right, Judy Tyler. I don't know if Judy is here. Not here. Again, serving our most needy population. School psychologists don't always get brought to the front lines in the day-to-day, but man, are they behind the scenes getting the kids all throughout our system the supports they need and the services they need. So, Judy, I know we'll miss you, and we wish you the best as you go on to your next adventure. Kathleen Oberschmidt, is she here? I do not see her. Kathleen, how many? 32 years, Yucca-Loma. You're talking to Marcos about Kathleen this morning. He's like, I think I might have been in her kindergarten class, but then he realized like he wasn't. He's immature, but I don't know why he's giving himself credit for being what that would be 37 or whatever. I don't know, but we will miss her. And I got to tell you, as a husband of a kindergarten teacher, 32 years doing kindergarten. I don't know how. I don't know how. Like, I see the little step counts coming home. I'm like, did you walk out of your class? How are you at 16,000 steps and you never exited your classroom? Like, it's just, these 12-step sprints all day long, but takes quite the energy, quite the commitment. And we appreciate every kindergarten teacher out there, but 32 years, kudos to you. So, Kathleen. Kevin Thomas, bus driver out of transportation, not here tonight. I don't particularly know Kevin as an individual, but yesterday I was driving. I was driving from Vanguard to Yucca-Loma in the afternoon. I took Ottawa because I wanted to see where most bus stops were. I didn't know, based on the time of day, the red lights flashed and so on and so forth. So it took me longer to get there. I was almost late to Yucca-Loma. And I started to get into that mode that I think we all get into. You see the sign come out, you see the red lights flash, and you're like, oh, come on, hurry up. I got somewhere to be. I got somewhere to go. And I just sat there for a minute and watched. And I watched the bus driver get out of the bus. I watched her cross the kids. I watched her start to get back on the bus, take a step back off the bus, back on the bus, back off the bus. Watched her corral the kids from afar, having one adjust the backpack of the other, stay inside, the recent growth, these wonderful Apple Valley shoulders of the road that used to be all dirt, but now are knee-high in whatever the weeds are, and carving their way through the path. And I reflected there, like all those little things that these unsung heroes do behind the scenes, watching them not getting on that bus. I'm selfishly reflecting on my prior experience with those red flashing lights and just realizing how foolish I am. But, kudos to all bus drivers. Kevin Thomas, 7 years in our district. Congratulations. Janita Robles, is she here? I hear woo. That's usually an indicator she's here. There she is. I do not know how the office will look at Sycamore Rocks without you there. So we know, you're the first face quite often that people see when they visit the campus. Parents are going to say, what happened? But a retirement well-deserved. I mean, you've made an impact. I'm out of words, but we appreciate you. Chanel appreciates you. The parents appreciate you. And just thank you for being you. And Melanie Vargas, are you here? Melanie Vargas, paraeducator, special needs. Marcos shared with me, she has been in the same grade span, 20 years, K2, Yucca-Loma, serving the youngest, our neediest, and just done a phenomenal job in committing her life and career to those students. So congratulations. to all of you. And that concludes. A big round of applause to all our retirees. Anything that I messed up, I apologize. Some of you I can't speak too much about because, I think about Frank to bring it back around. I know he's got this football coach mentality and this hard-nosed drive, but I can tell you all the APs I've worked with, all the administrators I work with, nobody's cried in my office more than that man, and always for the right reason. Frank, I'm saying it with love, man. How many times you walk in, coach, I know what I should do with this kid, but it's not what he needs. Can I do this? Can I do this? You have the heart, man, that people don't always see. Congratulations on that. And thank you all for everything.
All right, to move on here, next we're gonna have a presentation by Patrick Slossinger.
Slosser.
Yeah, Slosher. Make it sound good. Go get him, Pat.
All good.
Oh, man.
How do you follow that?
You don't.
You don't. This is a presentation on the LCAP, our local control accountability plan, the goals and actions that are going to go into that. And yes, if there's an awkward pause here where it's feel like, could we leave now? Yes, of course. Thank you very much for coming. Yes, we are, I'm sure. No one can clear a room like an LCAP.
You guys have a good one. Frank, thanks for coming. I'm sure.
So this is an update on the work that's been done in the community with students, with teachers, parents, administrators, to bring me what will come before you in June, both the public in the hearing and also to you in June for approval. And that's the LCAP, and just an update on the process. And so first, just a reminder about our mission, and that this document and our district values guide the whole process, that we work hard to adhere to those values in that system. There are copies of this slide presentation at your table as well. So the LCAP process is reiterative. We are always either reporting data, gathering input, drafting a plan, and then writing, as soon as we get more data, reporting that back. This typically starts for us at the beginning of the school year. As soon as we get some reported data, I was before you in November with some of the data from the prior school year. We then share that data out widely and move into plan development. Since we last talked, we've had extensive student advisories. Our district advisory committee met 3 times. We, of course, have met as leadership teams across the district at all levels for planning. We did have an extensive survey and shared those results with all groups, and then also some local indicators that we watched besides what's on the state dashboard that I shared with you. A quick note about the surveys: we used the Youth Truth Survey instrument. We had excellent responses this year, almost 9,000 student responses across grades 3 through 12. Almost 2,000 families of the 9,000 families, so again, just over 20%. And 906 staff. This particular survey does not break it down certificated and classified. But with over 11,000 survey responses, that's a good representative sampling. And so the process goes like this. We share that data. As I mentioned, we shared that with the board, what we had at that time in the fall. We did a state of the district presentation in January and then shared that with our district advisory committee. And that district advisory committee includes parents from all school sites and our DLAC team. And of course, our student advisories, which are extensive. I apologize in advance to any principals represented in this. You did not give a photo release. I just used your photo anyway. But the student advisories, first elementary, grades 4 through 8, come to the district office this year 3 different times for a nearly full day event. 11 school sites now with Apple Valley Virtual Academy, in our 11th site. And those students take quite a bit of time to look at their school's data, survey results, student results, on all different kinds of assessments, made sort of in kid-friendly language. And then they spent some time also in the midst of leadership development and some SEL lessons that were provided by the team here. And they developed some plans for their schools. This year, we then brought the principals to this planned event, and the principals sat with their students and were regaled with these new plans that were developed, and they kind of had input there too. And then, of course, we got to do some menu testing. Nutrition Services Department brought in some items for students to give their input. So the students are not only making plans for their school, but they're having an impact across the district. The high school level, very similar. We met, however, we went to them. You've heard them at this podium talk about those experiences as student advisory experiences where they gave plans to their school that were implemented. And so we went to each school twice, over 130 students participating across the system. And those students really dig into the data because they have such great understanding. You know, and these were the students who earlier in the year, I mentioned to you that they told us in September that when the Youth Truth data from the year prior, we asked them why they felt as though that data showed low connection or low belonging. We thought it was because the year before was so much of an anomaly. And they warned us and said, we are still feeling that. And the data that we then saw in January from the December or the November survey bore that out. And so they were tasked with giving us a root cause analysis for just why is that? Boy, did they dig in, right? They gave us excellent recommendations. They worked in small groups, and then at each school, the school site brought back in teams of administrators, instructional coaches, ASB folks, and they sat down in very small groups with small groups of 3 to 5 students per adult and heard, again, these plans that the students made. And here are some of the highlights. What the students were asking for was things like just a real connection with at least one adult. You know, the kind of thing that you all talked about as you mentioned Day of the Teacher and the recollection you have of a teacher who really made an impact. The students are craving that and getting that, of course, and they made note of that. They talked about wanting clubs and things that meet their interests and all different kinds that represented different groups. And they mentioned they would like to see their teachers trained in the impacts of trauma. So quite astute young people. The LCAP, as you go through it, it's going to be acronym bingo. AVUSD is the free space. You get that one for free. But the rest of this, there's just so many things that are in there that as you read through, we'll make light. I'll make sure and be available and make mention of them. But it's one of the documents with the most of these kind of acronyms. The way the plan's arranged, when you see it, the organizational structure is this. First, there's a really very clear budget overview for parents. It's a pie chart, goes through all the funding, the LCFF funding, and as a function of that, the supplemental and concentration grant funding, which is a subcomponent of the LCFF that is designated for the unduplicated pupils who are either English learners, foster youth, or socioeconomically disadvantaged. It then goes into a general information section, just an overview of the demographics of the district. And we go right into some reflections, our successes, our highlights, and also our identified needs, which are mandated in some ways by law to be those students identified on the California School Dashboard of having indicators in the lower areas. The plan highlights for us is really just the goals. They're listed for the public to see. And then we have to have a special plan for the 4 schools that qualify for comprehensive support and improvement plans. This year, those schools are Marianna Academy, Sandia Academy, Yucca Loma Elementary, and High Desert Premier Academy. Those schools are in by virtue of one or more of the dashboard indicators for multiple student groups. High Desert Premier Academy is unique because they're there only for grad rate, because they're held by the federal government to a comprehensive high school graduation rate, even though they are a dashboard alternative site or a DAS school. So for a DAS school with their one-year rate, they would not qualify. They do an incredible job there. But because the federal government did not accept California's plan for DAS schools, they qualify. I'm using acronyms. Sorry about that. Then engaging educational partners is the process section. It talks about all of these student advisories. It talks about the district advisory committee process and mentions by date and impact each of those items. Goals and actions, that's the longest section. The goals that were already established, action by action report on expenditures versus budget, and then the metrics that are associated with that goal and a report on those metrics for each year of the LCAP. Remember, we are finishing in this LCAP write-up year 2 of a 3-year plan. So you'll see a column that's blank that will be for the data that's generated out of this school year, which we will report next school year. The blank column is on purpose. Finally, a lengthy section called increased or improved services, where you have to write to the state exactly how those supplemental and concentration grant dollars are providing an increase or improvement to services to those students in the unduplicated count by a percentage deemed by the state, which is unique to every district. Our percentage hovers right around 27% right now. So we have to show 27% increase in services. That's that write-up. This is part of the language that we go back and forth with the county to make sure it's correct and appropriate. And then finally, pages and pages of budget detail. And some of the columns are quite clear. What did you spend per action? Some of them are complicated formulas that calculate carryover. It's over 150 pages long, but you can kind of get the rhythm of it as you see that introductory material, and then some of those other really summary portions are most important. Our goals, just briefly, very little change to our plan. Goal 1 is still all about training. It's all about making sure people get those things that both you as the board, staff have requested, and students are even asking for, right? It's making sure that we provide those things. We will have robust summer programs for teachers and staff at the beginning and end of summer, an awful lot of training available to those who want to come take advantage of that. We, of course, have all year dedicated support, mentors, induction coaches, that kind of thing going on all year. And then we are growing that pool of substitutes. If you saw this room on the day of our job fair, just full of people coming to put in applications. We are so excited to see some of that certificated sub-pool growing so that we can start pulling small groups of teachers again, to have a day to sit together, learn together, build curriculum together. And we're headed in that direction. That's a reported bright spot, however, is that our teachers on the survey did indicate, as I mentioned to you in November, sort of a better than average sense of their professional learning when compared to teachers across the state. Goal 2, this is our high quality programs. This is where the community said, do stuff for kids that had been cut in the prior round of cuts. This is where our elementary music program lives, that's now feeding students now into these high school programs that you all talked about going to, and of course the elementary students in those programs that you're going to see. The career and technical education programs that you talked about. We are one of the only districts where students who get to the national or the state or national level of whatever their career and technical student organization is, those students don't have to wash cars or walk around the neighborhood selling chocolate bars. They get to go. They get to go to these experiences that are really life-changing for some of them. And of course, all the college readiness and access programs like AVID live there too. Goal 3 is really about intervention, multi-tiered systems of support, academic intervention, both before school, after school, during the school day. Any intensive intervention really is funded out of this goal. Lots of positions here, reading positions, extra para educators, counselors live here. The therapists are funded out of this goal. And of course, anything that's focused on student wellness. That's another highlight. Our students at the high school level, where we have those therapists at school, report, again, way higher than across the state average as far as access to care, that they know they have someone they can talk to. Goal 4 is all about our families, our family centers, getting students to school, which is a help to families. And of course, we did also put our facilities maintenance and increased custodial services there, which was a change last year because we had an increase to some of the supplemental concentration. Goal 5 has always been our support for English learners, dedicated staff for that particular subgroup for things like translations, all the paraeducators, many of the staff in that department, and dedicated counselors at the comprehensive high schools whose caseload is are the students who are English learners. A quick look at the multicultural recognition dinner the other night, where we had students recognized, and we also have a very strong district English language advisory committee. They're here in the room during our district advisory committee meetings for LCAP. They ask great questions, and then they have their own meetings and report back strong as a group. They are always advocating for students, but working as partners with us, and they are a wonderful resource both for their families and for the district. This has served for us in some ways as a model. Lastly, we are in something called differentiated assistance. We get more help from the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools because we have 2 priority areas on our dashboard that are in the lowest band. Those areas were chronic absenteeism and mathematics. Remember, chronic absenteeism, there isn't a district I can think of in this county who didn't have chronic absenteeism increase during last school year with all of the students we had to send home because of the quarantine rules. A quick look, a reminder, this is our dashboard of the way it looks. This is a district-wide snapshot. Every school, of course, has their own. So you see those 2 indicators where chronic absenteeism was very high, almost 50%, and the mathematics distance from standard average was very low. So what does differentiated assistance means? It means that we're one of 30 of the 33 districts in San Bernardino County, we're one of 31 who qualify for special help. That means we've gone to some extra meetings, we've gotten a chance to build some plans, but we did and are on our own because of this, institute a process to do a deep dive into our data in all student groups. And there is one student group who over the last several years has persisted with more than one area in that indicator in the lowest band. And that for us is the African American student group. This has been an item mentioned in our district advisory committee for many years. And so as a result of that, our work this year has resulted in an added goal for the first time in several years. Is now we have a 6th goal proposed from our community. We reached wide consensus on this through the LCAP process. And this was, the draft language is written here. This was sentence all kind of put together by families and staff members. So those actions are listed as bulleted points underneath. And so the parents asked us to measure things that were discrepant. Graduation rate, suspension rate, chronic absenteeism, test scores, and also to watch the African American student survey results on the Youth Truth Survey. And so we will list those as the metrics we will watch. We've set a baseline, and you will see all of that in the LCAP. This is not a supplemental and concentration grant expenditure because this is not an unduplicated pupil group. Some other things that will come out of the LCAP is all summer we have activities. I mentioned the staff training. We'll also have a really robust summer school. It's constrained a little bit to a few school sites, or rather fewer. It's not at every school site, partially because many of the schools will have construction this summer where they get a chance to do some either deep cleaning, maintenance, or some HVAC upgrades. But we'll have summer programs K through 12. And then finally, listed here some of the other things that will continue through the summer that I mentioned before through Goal 2, or Goal 1 rather. Our next steps as far as the LCAP, I mentioned you're going to get a copy of that. It will be posted as a public hearing for on June 1st for the entire plan. Board action is to be taken on June 8th. And then we submit that to the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. We've already submitted draft language to them to make sure that we are in the right direction with their compliance rules. Nothing about content, but just to make sure we've crafted answers in the way that's required by law. And then we will continue to work with the county LCAP division throughout the summer and usually into August until we get final approval of both the LCAP and budget so that we can begin that process again right away in November with reporting data. So I'll pause there if there are any questions. And again, that will, next week, nothing on LCAP, but then it comes to you as a full plan in that format I mentioned in June 1st.
I'm just going to make a request, because the LCAP is a huge document that we have to read through. If it is possible for us to get it ahead of time so that we could read it and be ready to vote on it when we arrive.
Yes, I will. And remember, the vote isn't until the 8th. So you do have an extra week, but as soon as it's in, even if it's in draft form, I'll make sure it gets out early because we can also get it out to the public early for that hearing. And so you'll have some extra days. I understand it is lengthy.
Regarding LCAP goal number 3 and the academic interventions, I've seen some of that going on during school time. Is there after-school interventions going on every campus, or is it select just a few campuses throughout?
There are academic interventions on every campus. I would say at the high school level, they're more focused on things like credit recovery and, like targeted needs. At the elementaries, the ELOP funding, which really is what we're using to fund any before or after school programs, although does have interventions in the sense that they are running reading groups in some campuses, or I would say probably each one. Some of the learning, Mr. Arce, is embedded in something a little more fun than what they maybe are used to getting in a true tutoring session. So the learning might be put into some kind of other activities. So it might not look from the outside as intensive intervention. And the ELOP has really asked us to do things out of the box and to do things a little bit more fun. So I would say the sort of rigor of intensity ramps up as the grade levels ramp up.
Thank you.
That's good.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good job, man. Kylie, do we have any public comments?
We do. We have 3 this evening.
Okay. Cora Longman? Like Shark Tank.
I just stand on my tippy toes. Oops. Obviously, I'm a custodian. Good evening, board members. My name is Cora Longman. I work at Vanguard Preparatory School as a night custodian. I've worked for the district for 17 plus years.
Wow.
Yeah, know my stuff. My assigned duty area is the middle school campus. I'm here this evening to talk about the robotics classroom solution. As you can see, I brought Legos with me. These boxes are full of Legos, which is robotics. I've acquired these Legos as I've cleaned the robotics room. These are Legos I have found daily on the floor, some broken, some bent, even after the teacher has left for home. I have previously notified the senior custodian of the solution in the past, and nothing was done. At one time, I saw the teacher, the senior custodian, and the assistant principal walking in the classroom. And the assistant principal didn't seem to notice the disarray of the room, which I have pictures.
Give it to me.
And my own note for the teacher to pick up so I can clean. Back in February, the superintendent's evaluation document came to the employees at Vanguard. I completed it and tried to explain this particular solution at the time with no response back. I view this as a safety hazard, wasteful, along with the abuse of the district's budget and taxpayer monies. Students should have a safe and clean learning environment. And I thank you. I'm not.
Thank you very much. Go right ahead.
Now, these are all labels that belong to the school. I have picked them up for you. Want the, you have any idea what I could do with them?
Sue?
Yeah, just leave it.
Just leave
You
them right
can,
here,
right
yeah.
here.
Leave the boxes.
Yeah.
This is mine. Yes. Thank you.
Leslie McNeely?
Hi, everybody. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Nelson, and other district staff. I'm Leslie McNinley, bargaining chair for AVUTA. I'm here tonight to share with you some results of a survey we conducted for our members and to share some insights about our current negotiations. As you will recall, in our reopeners, we requested that teachers be able to get into their classrooms the week before school starts in August and to turn in a time card for some of the hours they put in to prepare for the new year. The idea of accessing our classrooms is not new. 2 contract cycles ago, we asked the same thing, and the best we could get was that the district would endeavor to allow unit members to have access to their workspace the 5 days before school begins. The word endeavor pretty much means try. And since it's May the 4th be with you, and in the spirit of Yoda, do or do not, there is no try. Teachers on many sites have not been allowed into their classrooms for these 5 days, and in some cases are actually met with hostility when attempting to prepare for the new school year on campus. The district team brought up the idea of adding 2 school days to the beginning of the school year, one of which would be administrative-driven. They also proposed adding adjunct hours to our contract with no additional pay. I felt that we couldn't agree to these ideas unless we had support from our members, so our team put out a survey. It's been said that the outcome of the survey was a foregone conclusion because of the way it was worded. Some of the items on the survey were the very ideas put forth by the district. I could have only put those forth, but instead wanted to know if there was a way we could make the ideas work should the survey results be negative. At no time did I attempt to drive the results in a way I wanted. 331 people responded to the survey, which is a pretty good sample. 78% said they didn't want to add the 2 days to the school year with one administrative-driven day. When asked about adding 2 days with both being teacher-driven, more were interested, but still less than 50%. 93% said they were not interested in adding adjunct hours without compensation, but 71% said they would be willing to add back some hours back with compensation. And on our original proposal of asking for voluntary time carding to be permitted up to 15 hours, 94% said yes. For just a minute, I'd like to take you into the mind of a teacher before the beginning of the school year, especially an elementary teacher. Shortly after July 4th, teachers are already beginning to gear up for the new school year. Many are trying to figure out how they are going to get everything done before the kids show up on the first day. They're chomping at the bit to get into their rooms and to get started. They are also, in some cases, being told to stay away from school. There's a lot of stress and a lot of work that goes into startup. In some cases, there are trainings and staff development days to take part in. We show up Monday before school begins and spend the whole day meeting with administration. That leaves us with 1 day to prepare an entire classroom. Can you imagine what kind of an experience? Can I keep going? Can you imagine what kind of experience our students would have if they showed up on the first day of school and the only preparation that had been done was the day before? Luckily for our students, that doesn't happen because teachers go above and beyond without pay to make sure their rooms are ready to go. Now also imagine that of those 5 days we are already volunteering, we are losing one of them for team building and culture building activities with our administration. I get stressed out just thinking about sitting in a cafeteria, taking part in these activities when all I can really think about is everything else I have to get done in a short amount of time. But what about culture? Isn't that important? Of course it is, but I disagree that culture is something that comes from team building activities. It comes from having common goals and purpose. It comes from feeling that the work we do matters. It comes from feeling that we are valued and empowered to do what needs to be done. That is not something you get in a staff meeting. As far as adjunct hours are concerned, our district is once again falling behind our neighboring districts in salary. As you know, we settled total compensation for years 2 and 3 of our contract when we expected COLA to be close to 3%. At this time, the state is projecting a COLA over 8%. We are not legally allowed to ask for a change to our salary schedule. I get that. But the idea that I could be making $14,000 per year more just a few miles away, and our district thinks it is reasonable to ask us to work the equivalent of almost 3 additional days for free is a disappointment. I'm far from alone in putting in many unpaid hours into my job, and that is my choice. And to be told that that is not enough is not okay. That is the culture we need to work on. Thank you for your
Thank you. Ken Beam.
Evening. As I told you guys last night, an idea that me and Chief have been bouncing around, I was met with it is a liability. On the 27th of April, I was sitting in my car parked waiting to put my daughter out to go do our morning routine, our morning run, and take her to school. A parent was literally driving 40, 50 miles on Yuckaloma Road and almost hit my car. I've had to call and dispatch and have officers present just to show their presence. My idea, since I like loopholes, is to have decoys, since it's a liability, because there's kids that come at 8:27, 8:30, and have to play Frogger in the crosswalk because parents and other drivers do not care about the students. When I contacted the city, their response is it's the school district's problem. When I talked to you guys, I was met with, we'll get back to you. So at what point does liability trump safety? You say you guys care about these kids, but yet I see nothing being done. You guys talk about all this great stuff you're doing. Yeah, sure, as soon as they reach over the age of 5 or 9. That's what it seems like to me. I'm sitting cringing, watching. You guys have yet to see me upset. I'm trying to go and be reasonable with you guys, but I guarantee you, one parent goes and has to go and bury their child because of the speeding, I will be there to help them with the litigation, both legal and civil. And not only will I be there, but I'm pretty sure numbers of parents, not only from Yuckaloma, but other schools around the community will be. All I'm asking is to at least put a decoy in place at different schools, switch it up, keep people guessing what one has an actual driver for a police officer. Since you guys are worried so much about liability, I understand that Chief is trying to do what he can, but he's limited to 9, 10 officers with about 12 to 15 schools. So I'm trying to offer you guys some help. You guys are also trying to say that you guys want to go and put some respect back into kids. And I found out last month, you guys took JROTC away. One of the things that brought me to the person who I am is JROTC and Coach Police. People like that need to come back into the schools, not be taken out. And having to go to a shock program or scared straight, that's not going to help. They'll help a little bit, but if you go and you implement that on a daily basis and have father figures in the schools or veterans who are willing to step up to the plates, I guarantee you mentioned to the vets that you want them to help, I guarantee you they'll be there. And you'll see a change in the schools, the change in how the students react. You want the community involved, you need to start going and implementing them into it instead of saying, oh yeah, we'll look into it. I'm hearing how you're treating teachers. They're left handicapped. And you guys are saying that you guys care about the students? Well, in order to show you care, you got to help the staff as well. I've worked in the government, both on civil government and the military. And in order for a process to actually work,
Okay, can you wrap it up? You're way over your time.
I'm not worried about my time.
Well, we have a meeting to run here. Come on, Ken. We let you talk. You got your main thesis across.
What I'm saying is, my point being, is you want to show that you want to make an impact, you got to give the people a reason to come. And as for the safety is a main concern. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, comments? Final comments, Superintendent?
Yes, I just would like the board to know that we have been implementing an immunization clinic alongside the Department of Public Health. They've been rotating to school sites where families have tried to get immunization appointments at doctors and can't get them for school entrance. And I just want to read a thank you from the Department of Public Health. And they said, thanks to the AVUSD team for their efforts. Also, please express our gratitude to the board and everyone involved in allowing us the wonderful opportunity to serve our community. We are excited about the opportunity to continue working alongside your team and contribute to the well-being of our young population. We firmly believe this is a great benefit to the community at large by addressing the specific needs of children in our area. This is from the County Department of Public Health. And these are just the kindergarten immunizations that are required for them to start, our 7th and 8th grade transitions, those types of things. And several of our families were struggling to get appointments any place. And so they come, it's free, and they get them handled. So, and then the other thing is I will be out of the district tomorrow to attend a funeral in Northern California. I'll be available by phone until about 1 p.m. when it starts, and then I will notify cabinet as soon as I'm out so that they know that they can reach me in the event of an issue. But all 3 of the cabinet members will be in district tomorrow, and I'll return to Apple Valley on Sunday. I appreciate being allowed to be with family at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further board comments? Rick?
Nothing.
Amanda?
No.
Gary?
No.
Maria?
No.
Okay. All right, Dennis, no. Public hearing, none at this moment. Discussion session, approve the classified personnel action as listed. Can I have a motion for that?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any dis-
Aye.
Aye, all right. Approve the recommendation for requested leave as noted. Do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Consent agenda can be approved in one motion, 1 through 24. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We don't need a second closed session?
Yes, we do.
We do.
We are?
Yeah, we do.
Well, you better have some more food. No, okay. All right, we have to have a second closed session over the superintendent's contract.
Yeah. Evaluation.
Evaluation, that's the same thing.
I'm not just saying.
So we're gonna go to closed session. Can I have a motion to go into closed session?
I move we go to closed session.
I'll
Second?
second.
All right.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're going in closed session. I recommend you go home.
gonna be in there and do it. Jackie was home, so he was gonna let me know. He told me to text him, I guess.
Well, we got everybody here, don't we?
We got everybody we need.
You started your car here? It's so high moving for me.
Will you go ask Jason if he can start? Thank you. He's sitting in that delivery room.
He's gonna go ask him.
Okay, I'm gonna have you read out anything that was in closed session. Nothing. So all we do is open the meeting and then get it.
You can open it.
We're good to open.
Okay, we'll bring the meeting to order. Closing items, citing the documents. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Just to confirm, there's no readouts from the second closed session, correct?
Correct.
Correct. There's no
Awesome, just to
readout.
have it on record. Thank you. We do.
Kylie, do we have things to sign?
Okay, the meeting.